It's another beautiful day. Not too bad actually, it's pretty good. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show on this lovely Tuesday morning here at Mildenhall. We've got a couple of engines running, I think. We've got the so we've got a C-146. So we've got a Wolfhound starting up by the sounds of it. Welcome to the show. So welcome to a United States Air Force station with a mix of AFSOC and USAF here, and also a detachment of 55th Wings various RC-135s. Runway's just changed to runway 28. It was 10 for a sec. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Home to many units as well. A big shout out to the 100th LRS as well. Logistics Readiness Squadron, maintenance crews, the 100th Civilian Civil Engineer Squadron. Lots of units here from maintenance crews, ground crew, technicians, Mildenhall Fire Department. So we're going to start the show with potentially a Wolfhound, a C-146. You can just about hear its turbo prop engines. Maybe taxiing here and then backtracking. Let's have a look. What is it? Just going to do a 180. Looks like it may be backtracking, which would mean that we'll see it on the taxi. So this is the C-146A Wolfhound. Its primary mission is to provide the United States Special Operations Command the flexible and responsive operational movement of small teams in and around a cargo in support of the Theatre of Operations, Special Operations Commands to be exact. It's a twin engine, as you can see. It's a high wing aircraft equipped with a configurable cabin capable of various passenger and cargo combinations as well. So it may look innocent, and you'd be right to say it is based on the Dornier 328, because of course, as you may know, civilian aircraft, when they start wearing military insignias and markings, they do have a different designation, just like the DC-3 is a C-47 in the military. It's got two Pratt & Whitney PW119C turboprops. They're 2,228 shaft horsepower each. It's got a wingspan of 68 feet and 10 inches, that's 20.98 meters. Length at 69 feet and 10 inches. So it's about 6 foot longer than a F-15E Strike Eagle. And this flies with the 67th Special Operations Squadron. So not quite big iron just yet, but I'll tell you what, this has a very, very springy climb. It's almost like it'll would be on a catapult. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. It would just literally catapult off the ground. Mm. Okay. Here we go. Loads of loaded lift in those wings.
Roger, and are you still planning for the 0845 departure?
Here's our first movement. Possible. May have another startup as well. Might be a little bit humid today, but we'll see. Well, welcome to our second show of the week. Hope we're all good and well. And actually, third show of the month, actually, yes. He's going to be starting things off with August. Starting it nicely as well. So already we've seen this month a variety of aircraft. And a variety of departures. May even be fortunate to see one of these today, you never know. The CV-22 Osprey is something that's stationed here with the Special Operations Squadron number 7. Tell you what, there's a lot of locals parked up over here to my right. There's a lot of tell you what, it's an awesome sight when you start getting heavy, some big iron. Look at that. Got a few visitors as well, actually. I didn't notice that. We've got Kansas in the house. Got Utah in the house. What up? We've got the Square D in the house from Mildenhall. What up? Originally flying from Station 139, aka Thorpe Abbots. Look at this. Can't quite make that out from this angle. But yeah, quite something when you see heavies parked up like that. I mean, for those that go to civilian airports, you know, like Heathrow and Gatwick and other major aerodromes like that, then fair enough, you're going to see them all the time. But for me, I don't, so it's a bit of a sight. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears, all these wonderful aircraft that we've just had a little pound, various KC-135s. You can see some MC-130J Commando 2s, and of course on our screens we've got the CV-22 Ospreys. But of course none of this is possible without, of course, those units that don't fly, those that keep their boots on the ground, those that call the flight line home, literally. A lot of love here for the 100th LRS, the Logistics Readiness Squadron, and they are an important component. They're the kind of like the parts crew. They get the parts in, all right? You've got to get these parts in, and they will organise and keep things organised in a manner of whether they're serviceable, whether they're due in for maintenance. And some say maintenance and LRS. What up? My name's Casey. How you doing, y'all? What up? Yep, this is my home. I call it flight line home. That's right. What up? We got so without doubt, we're a little known shop on the base, the 100th Logistics Readiness. That's right. We're like, call it what you will. What I've got in my hand,
Well, this is a fuel valve. That's right. Gonna fit this later on. I got what you need. That's right. I'll give you a little bit behind the scenes of airmen here. It's essential to the mission because, you know, we serve as a vital link between maintenance squadrons on the base and clients. Sometimes the QA like to come and visit us and see how we're doing. Our mission, we process aircraft parts in order to maintain an accurate supply system on base. You know what I mean? Each day, we receive classified items, you know? We classify them. We organize to categorize. You know what I'm saying? We got DIFMs, that stands for Due Info Maintenance. We even color coordinate them. From brown to red, from blue to green. They all mean different things. That's right, unserviceable repair. Items are unable to be used on the flat line until they're repaired. Unserviceable, I call them the UCs. Don't you see? That's right, they're condemned, unserviceable condemned. You can't use these, unable to be salvaged. You know what I'm saying? Gotta give them the boot. That's right. We've also got serviceable parts, items that are repaired or received by the FSC and put back in rotation. That's right, we've always got what you need. You need a fuel valve right now? I got one. Got what you need, but I ain't got Andy. Someone asked for Andy the other day, I ain't got him. But there's so much to learn every day. You bring in what you got. You bring in your experience, that's right. And then of course, we can talk about the QA, you know what I mean? You never think about these, look over there. Look at those fire extinguishers. You know what I mean? Do you ever think about them? Hell no. You gotta think about things. They need servicing as well. That's right, we're an essential part of the mission and nothing flies without us. See ya!
So an important part of any aerodrome is to get your parts. That's right. And the 100th LRS claim to fame, we got what you need. If you need anything, you call on the LRS. And then you've got the quality assurance as well, which are a major component. Here's Teddy. Ted's like the QA. He's the... We had a little tour, didn't we, from the QA, didn't we? That was cool, man. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. And looking forward to seeing what we're going to catch today. So we've already had one movement today, which is nice. I do believe there is a start-up from a KC-135. So hopefully won't be waiting too long for our next movement. Ba-da-ba. doing, ladies and gents? Hope we're all good. Just waiting for our next movement. That's the AWCU over there. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to download your Mildenhall bingo cards. It's free from our website. There's it's based on Brize Bingo, another Ted Coningsby first and creation. So visit tedconingsby.co.uk. And if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button and give us a thumbs up. Let's get this stream out there. Let's see what heavies we're going to get today. There is a startup, I can just about hear possibly a KC-135, but we'll see. Could even be a bit of flexing, you don't know. So Lake and Efar already up, doing their thing. Probably started about an hour ago at least anyway. Did hear them when I arrived here around 8. And we are in the Nook campsite, ladies and teddy bears, a wonderful campsite for your camping adventures. Right by a active military airfield, from tents to motorhomes to caravans. Welcome to the Nook campsite. Now, the viewing section that we're at, aka also known as John's Field, it is in the Nook campsite, but you don't need to be a patron. So basically, you don't need to have a caravan here, you don't need to be camping here to come and visit the viewing area. However, there is a fee. There is a designated fee. It's £2 per person on arrival. All right, it's pay on arrival. And there is a sign, it tells you the do's and don'ts and what time the viewing closes, because there is no night viewing, okay? Again, same sort of rules as though you were in an official viewing area, for example, okay? Don't climb the fence, touch the fence, rest your ladders on the fence, take your litter home. There are toilets, there is a toilet designated for the spotters. It's labelled, I think it's trap 1, but just check, it does say on there which one is for spotters. It does say, so it's kind of nice. There's a toilet, there's also a trailer, there's plenty of parking. Yeah, do not go in the field to the left, okay? You can clearly see that it's a farmer's field. Do not go in that one under no circumstances. It won't end well, putting that politely. There's plenty of room here. Like I said, £2 per person, right up to when the viewing closes. All right, so that is it's pretty good actually, isn't it? Really, £2 is great. There isn't a burger van or food facilities here, so you'll need to bring your own, and also bring a bag to put your rubbish in and take it home. AKA children all here, I know, right? But this station, goodness me, dates its history back to 1934. I say that, thing is, the likes of Waddington and Marham, they date their history all the way back to 1916. So, although I say 1934, quite a long time, yes, it is a long time without doubt, but there were original RFC stations. So Marham and Narborough, which isn't in use today, but Waddington and Marham certainly are. They survived and were given new life in the pre-war expansion program. some of the original buildings still survive from the Second World War, which I showed you last week. The sea hangars, where these hangars, this hangar here, original from 1938. So we did get to see a CV. Actually, last week we saw everything but a KC-135. So hopefully this week we will. Similar sort of size in some respects. Got that same sort of layout to Lakenheath. And what I mean by that is it's got sort of similar, very similar layout. It really has. So welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's Coningsby stream with lots of, what was it, 6 performance takeoffs? That was good, wasn't it? 6 performance takeoffs and a Hawk, which I managed to get, which I was quite happy about. Like with everything with military aviation, a little patience is required. And the beauty is you just never know what you're going to get. Mildenhall is a 24-hour station. doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good and well. That heat is pretty dry. Quite horrible, actually. But welcome to RAF Mildenhall anyway. While we're here, we'll talk history. Maybe we'll get aircraft. And plans to build Mildenhall began in the late 1920s. And in 1930, construction began. And it was destined to be called RAF Beck Row. And that was just literally a year before the station was built. In 1933, they changed the name to Mildenhall. I wonder if that's got anything to do with train stations or anything. It was quite common to have a train station nearby it. But it was going to be called RAF Beck Row, which is just over there. There is another reason as well why a name would be changed if there is another station that's quite similar. RAF Harrowbeer was going to be called, well, it's in the little village of Yelverton, all right, in Dartmoor, and that sounds like Yeovilton, so you couldn't do that. Also, RAF Carterton, which is now RAF Brize Norton. They didn't go with Carterton because it sounded like Cardington, so they got rid of that. So that's another reason. But again, it could be just, don't know, it could be just sort of topographical. I don't know. Really don't know the reason behind that. But is there one similar to Beck Row? Well, they're going to have a West Row. Was that going to cause a bit of a problem? But anyway, in the end, 1934, it was decided to call it Mildenhall. And on the 16th of October 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened. And it was King George V who officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October. And it was assuming command was Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE, who assumed command of the station. And just 4 days later, on the 20th of October 1934, the very famous Mac Robertson air race of the Royal Aero Club. It was a race which I wish it's still going on today, the Mildenhall to Melbourne race. It was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their DH-88 Comet in that beautiful cherry red, the chili red, whatever you want to call it, Grosvenor House, which still flies today at Old Warden Aerodrome in the Shuttleworth collection. So it's quite a classic. It's got a bit of a dark history as well, actually. On our archives, I did write about it. It was almost involved in the assassination of Hitler, would you believe? But the pilot was going to be paid £1 million. I think it was £1 million, which in that money in 1940s, that would have yeah. But the race was won in 71 hours and the cash prize was £10,000. On the 15th of November 1934, 99 Squadron were the first to become an operational unit here, with the Handley Page Hayford bomber. I don't know if I've got a picture of it today. I may have left it today, but you've seen that one before. Let's see if I can find it just to show you while we wait. Yeah, so with a wingspan of 75 feet, length of 58 feet, powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Kestrel. There were 525 horsepower, 142 miles per hour, with a 2,500 pounder payload. This was it. This was the first ever operational aircraft here. Look at it. It is indeed the Handley Page Hayford bomber. I mean, look at the dustbin turret. Look at that. The famous dustbin turret. Amazing. And you can, you know, look at the grandeur. It's like a huge biplane. But as a bomber, you never really associate bombers or biplanes with bombers. But these were some of the earlier 30s models. The Whitworth, the Bombay, the Hendon, and the Harrow. Quite amazing, really. And I like this little data sheet, just to give you the idea of combat data and the range, the max speed, where it fell at. It's quite amazing, really, isn't it? What's we got here? Some photos. I wonder if I can find any. From. Oh, this is probably Mildenhall, right? Hang on, Hayfords. Yep, here we go. There's a. Oh, that's brilliant. Here we go. There's a photo of Mildenhall with a little bit of a Hayford, and that was what we just talked about. The aircraft reviewed by His Majesty King George. Got King George the VI there. I wonder if I've got an error in my notes. I'll have to check that. And that was in Air Marshal Trenchard as well, in 1935. That was a year later. I'll have to just double check my notes on that. But anyway, this is where we were at back in the days. Pretty cool. We'll just put that somewhere safe. The Handley Page Hayfords never actually got to see combat in the Second World War, but they did use them for a training platform during their times. They, of course, were overshadowed by the more powerful Wellington bombers and the Blenheim, Manchesters, and
Negative, I have not.
The Hendon that we showed you earlier did actually arrive here, and forming from B Flight of 99 was the 2nd Operational Squadron, 38 Squadron. Number 3 Group took command in 1936, and the Hendon's night bombers arrived. And 149 Squadron also arrived, and everyone converted to the latest and greatest. So 99 Squadron were the first to operate the Vickers Wellington bomber. Morning. So the Vickers Wellington bomber. There she is, twin engine bomber with the geodetic airframe. Payload of 4,500 pounds. Much improvements, of course, the twin engine monoplane bomber. So that was here. Took on many missions from here and Lakenheath as well. 149 moved over to Lakenheath in 1941 with the Wellingtons, and then they all transitioned to the short Sterling bomber. So just 6 hours after the declaration of the Second World War, 3 Wellingtons of 149 took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. And while things were heating up, the decoy airfield started to appear in early 1940. A decoy airfield was a fake airfield to mimic the actual airfield, and it was in the vicinity of Lakenheath and Brandon that a fake Mildenhall was constructed. So they would have had fake Wellington bombers, they would have had a fake runway, they would have had camo, they would have had fake painted buildings everywhere, just to make it look like Mildenhall from the skies and eyes of enemy aircraft. 149 took on their first night bombing mission in 1940. In 1941, Lakenheath was constructed, and it was to be serving as a satellite. So this Mildenhall was the parent station. It was a parent station to that of Lakenheath, Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath. In the end, over at Lakenheath, the short Stirling bombers started to arrive here in Lakenheath, and 419 Royal Canadian Air Force also activated here at Mildenhall. On the 31st of May 1942, Operation Millennium, the first of the 1,000 bomber raids, began. 18 Wellingtons of 419 Royal Canadian Air Force and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. A total of 599 Wellingtons were involved in that raid of the 1,047. It was 3 missions, 3,000 bomber raids, and the last one being in the summer with the help of the RAF's Coastal Command. 75 Squadron replaced 419 and 115 Squadron arrived. Actually, do you know what? I may have 75 Squadron marked Stirling now. Got some new kit. I'll show you them in a moment. Lancasters arrived in 1943 in November, along with Halifaxes. By 1942-43, the RAF Lakenheath was finally independent. So while it was operating the short Stirling bombers over there, here we had the likes of the Lancasters here. We also had 622 Bomber Squadron, which activated from the Sea Flight of 15. Halifaxes also were operating here. And on D-Day, 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron started raiding the Atlantic Wall. Following day, more targets were struck. And after the Second World War, things started to change for Mildenhall, but luckily it didn't fall into sort of, the usual agricultural use, care and maintenance forever and then sold. Luckily it was kept, and it was in December 1945, B-17s arrived with the Avro Lincoln. We also had 149 and 230 that were going to take on, as planned, the operational conversion unit. And the station closed between 1947 and 48 to have the runways upgraded. And after that, it was all Cold War aircraft, and they were very interesting. I'll give you that in just a moment. So after the station was opened, we also had B-29s here. And eventually WB-50 Super Fortresses. And 1950, there was a joint RAF and United States Air Force use of the station. So during the Korean conflict and the Cold War, we had a host of B-29s, B-47 Stratojets, and B-52 bombers here, as well as KC-97s and KC-135 tankers. The 93rd Bomb Group, along with the 830th Bomb Squadron and the 509th Bomb Wing, took over. Also had the 49th Bomb Squadron, who replaced the 830 RB-29s were here, KB-29s, B-29s. And the 306 Air Refeuling Squadron from the 306 Wing also arrived with their KC-97Es, the Stratotankers. And when we do go to Fairford and Brize Norton, you'll hear about some of the squadrons that are here, like such as the 351st, B-47s. And by 1959, the station was solely operated by the United States Air Force. As we come to the close of the 50s, in 1959, the 3913th Combat Support Group became a 3rd Air Force unit and was redesignated as the 7513th Air Bomb Group. It was also a military air transport service facilities at a passenger terminal, which is still here today, actually. So the military air transport service, so a bit like bit like Brize Norton, where it has like almost like a passenger terminal. So on the 18th of 1967, the 513th Transport Command Wing held an open house at RAF Mildenhall to celebrate the Air Force's 20th birthday. And this, I know many of you mentioned the air fates that were here. That was actually the first ever air show that happened on September the 18th, 1967. It was the first of the wonderful air shows that all of you talk about. I never got to experience that, the air fates. And during February 1971, the 513th began replacing its VC-47s and C-47s with T-29s. So amazing. I never actually mentioned the first one, and it was done to celebrate the 20th birthday of the United States Air Force. So that's probably why it all started, or at least the catalyst to start off, the 20th birthday, 18th of September. How cool is that? And then once we started to get to the 70s, things really started to change. Although it was only a short visit, the look of things to come was indeed the SR-71 Blackbird. It made its first visit to Mildenhall in September 74. It did a world record flight, New York to London. It took only an hour and 55 minutes. I mean, how long does it take you to get from Heathrow to New York, right? Well, this took 1 hour and 55 minutes. It went 3 times the speed of sound. 13th of September 1974, the SR-71 departed, and it did another staggering flight, a record-setting flight from Mildenhall to LA, California. The trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes, which covered 5,446.86 miles. So it was quite amazing. We did see them back. They did come back, and that was on the 1st of April 1978 to operate from here. The result was, of course, the detachment 4, a result of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing. There was also U2s here. There was 2 SR-71s that were allocated here, and each sortie had to be authorised by the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, at the time. It was to become the symbol of Mildenhall, and until January the 18th, 1990, when they finally left. And then the next major change, of course, is one that's still going on today. It came on the February the 1st, 1992, the 100th Air Refeuling Wing activated. It replaced the 513th Airborne Command and Control Wing, and redesignated on June the 18th, 1987, with a different mission. So they brought with them the KC-135s, and only one of their original squadrons from their, they are the bloody 100th, they're the bloodline that continue, the KC-135s, and the Sol Squadron is the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron. Morning, all right. Good. Yes. You all right, yeah?
Yeah, how come you're here today?
Why not? It's a nice day.
Yeah.
Nice day.
I met you in April.
Yes. Yeah, you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's quite nice here. I've got another leaving on Saturday.
You're leaving on Saturday. You're staying here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's nice. Yeah, it's good. Nice and relaxed. And if you want to fancy a bit of fighter jet, you just go over the road, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
It's good. Well done.
Alright, have a good day.
Yeah, you too, mate. Right, we may get a taxi. It may have had a bit of troubleshooting.
Her oldest one was like walking in the direction of the exchange. The little? I don't know. I'll try it. It was good, yeah. We were doing like pull-ups and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I managed to get this, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I managed to get about three or four different models over the weekend. I managed to get hold of a Boeing Fortress. I know, right? And you're probably thinking, what's going on here? For those that don't know, yes, it has. Let me just move that over there a little bit. RAF markings. Because first to use the B-17s, shall we say, was indeed the RAF. Look at this in the Bravo uniform. So off the top of my head, that'll be 214 Squadron. Look at that. And the RAF called this the Boeing Fortress. There were different marks, 1, 2 and 3. And it was the RAF that saw, that used this first in combat. And then the aircraft was offered to the RAF early in 1941. But it didn't quite, I've always said this before in that, let me just move this a minute. Just popping over there to get that sky. Oh, that's better, isn't it? Yeah, that's much better. Look at that. Yeah, so the aircraft was offered to the RAF early in 1941 during the production run of the B-17Cs. Now it's missing that chin turret. It's missing quite a few things. It's got less of a payload, but 20 of the 38 B-17Cs produced were delivered to the Royal Air Force in the spring and early summer of 1941. And they designated them as the Boeing Fortress 1. And the crew of the Royal Air Force were trained at McCord Field near Tacoma in Washington before the aircraft was issued to number 90 Squadron. So they may have been the first to operate that, but the B-17's first ever mission was carried out on the 8th of July 1941 in a Royal Air Force high altitude daylight raid on German naval base at Wilhelmshaven. By the 12th of September, the squadron had carried out 22 raids involving 39 Boeing Fortresses. Of the 18 had been aborted, 2 had bombed secondary targets and 19 had bombed their primary targets. Only 2 of the 1,100-pound bombs were recorded as actually hitting their targets. And in that period, 2 of the Boeing Fortresses were shot down and 2 more crashed on landing after being severely damaged as well. In all, 8 of the 20 aircraft were lost in 2 months, and the Fortresses were withdrawn from operations. They weren't quite ready. You see, there was a bit of a talks about whether the Boeing should have been put into service, that early 1941. What did we have? I mean, by then, July 7 Squadron had the Sterlings. We had them. We had the Wellingtons. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what we had. The Halifaxes were out in November as well. The Manchesters come out on that same month in 1940. So 1941, yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, the Manchester was out as well. So the RAF just wanted to carry on with their daylight bombing, but there was a bit of feedback. to do with strategy. Of course, the United States Army Air Force were really training on daylight bombing, and there was a bit of feedback saying that, you know, your strategy was wrong, and there was all sorts of, you know, there was all sorts, but it was withdrawn, unfortunately. But Coastal Command also used these as well. 220 Squadron took over from 90 in that Coastal Command. It did take part in anti-submarine roles as well. It was, the Fortresses were also used by number 100 Group in anti-radar and bomber support missions. 214 Squadron received a type in January 1944, and number 223 Squadron in April 1945. So it's quite nice just to see it anyway in different markings. It's always nice to get different model aircraft, but this was in effect like a Boeing B-17C. So there we go. And the earlier models had a very different tail. Let me see if I've got my book. I can probably show you that actually if I've got it. I don't know where it's gone, but let's have a look what one that is. I've got like a... So that would have been... Let's have a look. I'm just trying to see what... So let's have a look what we got here. So that would have been an E. Yeah, so that, let's have a look at that. I'm just having a look now for you. Oh, it is a G. Sorry, my bad. What am I talking about? That is a so that would have been a Boeing 3 then. Sorry, that was my bad. It does have the chin turret. What am I talking about? Look at that. There it is. Sorry. So this would be the G. This is based on a B-17G. So this would have been a later addition into the Royal Air Force. How cool is that? Sorry, I didn't notice that. I mean, it's right there. Oh dear. I mean, look, I'll show you the definitive collection. It's obviously not my work, this bit here, but you can see the earlier YB-17. You can see the tail sort of transitioning. So this was the first one, the B-17C. So this would have been the first Boeing Fortress 1. And I guess they had a 2 and then a 2A and then a Mark 3. Would that be right? Don't really talk about the Boeing Fortresses much. My guess it's that one, because the others don't have a chin turret. Look, you can see the difference in size as well. It looks like the E to G were bigger, weren't they? Amazing. And they did have like an 8,000 pound. Oh. Yeah, sorry about that. That was a G, not a C. Yes, so the Boeing B-17G was the Fortress 3, and the F was the 2, and the C was the 1. There we go. Okay, so now that I've got that right. Okay, so in the RAF, just to confirm, that was the Boeing Fortress 1, and then the 2, and then the 3. All right, there you go. That's where I got a bit confused. So I don't have an earlier Fortress. That is the all singing, all dancing, because of course the tactics that I showed you before got a bit of a weight here today, haven't we? And the reasons for that chin turret was, of course, the Luftwaffe were finding ways to destroy a B-17, because it's not actually that easy to take down a bomb, although movies will probably tell you otherwise. But you see, the weakest part, let me see if I've got a peg. There you go. See, the weakest part was, sorry to say this, as sinister as it is the pilot, the cockpit. It's the weakest point. There was no point, because it was called the the B-17 Flying Fortress. It was literally given that name by a reporter, and Boeing quickly whipped that up. So the Luftwaffe thought, hang on a minute, they could fire at it. It could take a few hundred shots to destroy this completely. Of course, it does depend where you hit it. But the easiest bit is, sadly, the pilots. Okay, so they worked out, or if we run straight at it, we can just aim for the cockpit. It just takes one bullet. Okay. However, there is a bit of a problem. I haven't done this in ages, haven't I? You can tell, I'm a bit rusty at it. Right, so the Luftwaffe thought, right, we'll just go straight at it, but there is a bit of a problem, right? If, for example, the Boeing Fortress is running in at 180 miles per hour, our 109 here is at 270. That is a closing speed, a combined speed of 450 miles per hour. Now, I just want you to put that into perspective because, of course, we've all seen movies that we all play simulators, but you may not gauge this. That's 201 meters per second. What does that mean? Well, if they were a mile apart, in 8 seconds they would collide. For those that do new money, if they were a kilometre apart, just under 5 seconds they would collide. That is insane. You know, just under 5 seconds and 8 seconds for a mile, right? But what does this all mean? Well, the problem is the 109's cannons were made to accuracy to fire at 200 metres. So what you're saying is that you've got 1 second to fire, but 1 second you're going to be, you know, or half a second burst and go, but half a second is not enough. So what they did, they adjusted the cannons to 400 meters. So between 2 seconds to impact, fire in that 1 second, and you've got 1 second to pull away or to do a split S. Now that doesn't take into consideration any debris from a hit, any explosions from a hit, but it was very, very daring to do it, and it was the only way really. And the idea to do this was to try to break the formations, because this is one of the things that the United States Army Air Force said to the Royal Air Force, is that their strategy was wrong in daylight bombing. All right, there was a bit of I've read somewhere that was a thing. However, and that's why it was really important that you had to stay with your you had to stay in your formation, because let's face it, if you know, with the 13 guns, if you have a formation of say 21 and they all had water jets, it's impossible not to get wet if they fired those water jets at you, right? Well, that's the same sort of thing with bullets. So the idea was, let's try and break it up. Some actually dared to run through as well. They even tried tactics of dropping bombs, actual bombs on the B-17s to try and break them up. It wasn't uncommon for a B-17 to fall and piggyback on top, but there are genuine stories of that actually happening. I think it was Kim Bolton that did that as well. There was, you know, and they came back, actually landed the thing, crash landed it with a piggyback. Amazing, but that's the realism of it, all right? That's the realism, is they were adjusted to 400 meters so they could fire in that 1 second, and then they got 1 second to do a split S. 1 second, really? It's a bit daring if you ask me. It's not, but it was the only way. If it worked, it worked, and that was a tactic that they used, so quite amazing, really. Well, I've got nothing to report just yet, unfortunately. Bit of a very slow start today, but it does happen. We haven't had, to be honest, we haven't had one of these in a long time, to be honest. So, but hey, we're always learning. I love the tactics, because it was these early tactics that gave birth to modern tactics today, really. And through time, I mean, we've got 80 years of technology into that as well, where that would probably be non-existent now, but you've got to start somewhere. Even the earlier formations integrated later on into the Korean War, Cold War, so on and so on. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine having this in the Second World War? Can you imagine having a CV-22 Osprey or a Chinook? You know, Cassavac would have been very helpful, rescuing pilots that were downed. You know, amazing. Now the funny thing is, I can hear startups, but I'm not seeing any departures at the minute, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is. We just wait and hope and see what happens. See what's going on over here. So I can hear startups, right? You can hear that, surely. That is a KC-135 startup. Not these, obviously, but... Oi, oi. Could get a cup of tea, actually. Maybe that might make... Well, we've got an arrival. Now there's a couple of KC-135s pinging on the ground, so let's see. We do have RC-146 arriving. This is what I like about this, you just never know what you're going to get. I mean, what's going on over there, you see? You never know. Whew. Sounds like another starter.
Runway 28, wind 250 at 5. Clear lane.
It's just behind me, the C-146 Wolfhound.
For
Nice landing. So it looks like we've got a KC-135 that is taxiing, I think. We'll know in just a few moments. So our departure, our only departure today has already come back. Nice shutdown tones there. So just waiting for the KC-135 to appear from taxiing. So the KC-135s here are flown by the 100th Air Refueling Wing's 351st Air Refueling Squadron, one of the original 4 squadrons from the days gone by at Thorpe Abbott's. Powered by 4 CFM International F108s, CF100 turbofans. They produced 21,600 pounds of thrust each. It's got a capacity to hold 200,000 pounds of fuel. Empty weight is 98,392 pounds. It's got a wingspan of 130 feet 10 inch, a length of 136 feet 3 inch. 580 miles per hour max speed. That's Mach 0.9. Oh, here it is. What's it doing over here? Oh yeah, you're right. Take a backtrack any day. This would be quite good. What am I doing? Well, if the taxiway is closed, that's cool. Works out well for us. If it's oh, there you go. The famous Square D. I believe it could be one of 2 now World War II markings to be flown operationally, I think, but if not, it's the only one, as far as I know. So I'm pretty sure this is going to backtrack, unless the runway's just changed. So on the tail of the KC-135s, it can be configured to boomstick, or with the hose attachment for the drogue refueling. But it could also have additional wing pods to refuel aircraft using the drogue and probe method. So you can have a boomstick on the back and a pod, Mark 82 refueling pod on either wing, on each wing, to make it a multitasking. Listen to those F108s. Been cleared to backtrack. Backtrack is when you use the runway to taxi to the runway in use. And here is our other one. You see, you can really appreciate now the trust in air traffic controllers. Sorry about this.
That works, correct. 5-1. Sounds good. Thank you. That was the help expedite your movement. And 151 head to on the runway 28 and turn south. That taxi approved. Exit left on Alpha. Continue taxi to Alpha Echo. 151, clear to your runway 2. Approach south, left on Alpha. Taxi Alpha Echo.
Oh, there's Rodders. Look at him. Oh, it's a tiddly one.
Understood. As soon as we get 5-1 off the runway, we'll get turning over to you.
For takeoff, here we go. RC-135s. Departing quite close together actually, weren't they? Lager call signs. What's going on over at the CV-22s? How you doing? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman and commentator for the Ted Coningsby channel. And we've had 3 departures today and 1 arrival. So what else are we going to get today? There's only one way to find out, is to just see what happens.
have an idea what's going on with it?
No, it's from Waddington, it just went past. Oh, right, yeah, no, it just did a overhead.
Yeah. It's because apparently he said something about a rusty wire.
Secondary 264.1925.
Cool.
You leave a trailing as well from 151.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good and well. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. A little bit of a quiet one today at the moment. You know how it is, it can all change just like that. All it takes is for one to do a bit of work in the pattern and a load of circuits, and yeah. Comes Teddy. Teddy's coming on now. Ted, how you doing, mate? You alright? Ted's just relaxing. Orion free Orion free high five, a paw pump and a guards march. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships earlier today. Thank you so much. A guards march to you. Also, free Orion free mods are the golden thread that holds TCS together. Thank you very much. High five there and a guards march for that super chat. Thank you very much. A guards march to you. 4K edits, Z for you. Thank you very much for your super chat, guards march. Gary Lockton, wow, 34 months. Oi, nearly at 3 years. Amazing time had on here. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and thank you very much for being a member for 34 months and part of our Posh Officers Club. The Plane Guy 2000 celebrating 5 months. Nice use of your emojis there. Margot, thank you very much for your super chat towards Ground Crew Drew's Flying Saucers. Bobby, thank you so much for your super chat. Morning, Nicholas and TCS. Happy Tuesday. A guards march to you. Thank you so much, and a happy Tuesday to you. Kiro Bergson, guards march, thank you for being a member for 22 months, part of our Posh Officers. Claire Bear, who's also here, member for 43 months, a guards march to you, thank you very much. Living the dream aviation, how you doing, Mark? I hope you're good, man. Who's put Oi, Nikos and Ted from Lanzarote, getting my TCS fix on this glorious scorching morning in the Canaries. Wow, keep on living the dream. Oh yeah, love that. Thank you very much. Abigail Batten, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you so much for a pic with you and Ted yesterday morning. Guards march anytime, you're most welcome. Josh the Vapin, member for 13 months. Oi everyone, thanks for yet another stream. TCS, thank you very much, you're most welcome as well. Thank you very much. Hope you're all good and well. Just the wind's just picking up just a little bit. I am expecting it to get a little bit non-beret later on today, but we'll see how we get on. We'll see how we get on. The AWC is just doing a few checks, which usually indicates a good thing. That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Vehicle. Just doing a few sweeps. That was the Beechcraft Shadow R1 that went over from Waddington, just on the overhead. Lovely cup of tea. So speaking of markings, a lot of people ask me why the CV-22 Ospreys and the MC-130Js, why don't they have the square D? Well, the simple answer to that is the fact that the CV-22 Ospreys and the MC-130Js aren't part of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. Okay, so the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, a successor, the modern day Bloody 100th. I mean, that is the nickname today. The Bloody 100th is the nickname of the 100th Air Refueling Wing. And that's why they still fly the Square D. They are allowed to fly the Square D operationally, sorry, let me just push back those dentures there now. So the others are not part of the 100th. Of the 4 original squadrons, the 100th had, only the one remains. So just like the 48th at Lakenheath, they started also as a group. They started as the 48th Bombardment Group Light, first of all. Started as a training bomb group. And eventually things changed to the 48th Fighter Group. The 48th didn't have wing status until 1952. The same goes to the 100th. They started off as a group until the 50s, where they were given wing status. Which established itself in 53, March 53. Didn't quite get activated until 1956 as a wing. So markings play a major part. I've explained about the different markings. I'll tell you what we'll do today. We'll have a little look at the sort of like the evolution of markings. If you ever notice roundels, if you ever notice the roundel there, look. You may notice some with a meatball in there, as they call it, the little red dot. But the cool thing is you can actually identify the age of a particular aircraft. I should go and get the P-39 or the P-40. I've got one here. But this national insignia was first activated on the 15th of May 1942 to the 28th of June 43. The meatball was removed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a little bit of evolution of the insignia. Let's have a little look. I've showed you this before, but we do have new viewers. I'm going to show you the very first insignia. Look at this, just a red star. That was the first United States Army Air Corps. There it is. That's what they started with. You can see these, for example, on the Curtiss JN3, the Jennies, I think they called them, and that came out on the 19th of March 1916. And what's interesting is that there were a lot of airfields in this vicinity training, and also Waddington as well, another Royal Flying Corps station. They were training US Army Air Corps airmen here in England. So 19th of March 1916. This went on to the 7th of Feb 1917. It was the first national insignia, and the 1st Aero Squadron had that on their JN3s. The next one, so from leading on to the 7th Feb, so 17th of May 1917, 10 days after the removal, they changed that to this, with a meatball, 17th of May 1917 to the 8th of February 1918. Now I know many of you are going to say, hang on a minute, until 1918 they used that after. They did, but these two are actually different, these two here, and I'm going to show you why. I'll tell you why. So the blue circle was added and the white star, and there was a large meatball inside here, as it was called, and almost literally connected to the inner pentagon. All right, so they used flag blue, the color, and flag red as well. After the 8th of Feb 1918, this switched. Now, during that, with the Royal Air Force, the inspiration with roundels, you can see where the influence of the French roundel and the Royal Air Force roundel was used. Look at this. So we now got, this was featured on the Newport 28, the 95 Aero Squadron, which we've had a deployment of a squadron of the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron here, actually, right here at Mildenhall. It's one of their heritage Newport 28s that they've got in a museum. I've seen it with that. So 8th of Feb 1918 to the 19th of August 1919. They did this to avoid confusion with the German cross, because they felt that, oh, star cross, it could be, you know, let's go roundels. And literally World War I was literally, as an aerial combat, was literally a case of noughts and crosses. Then on the 19th of August 1919, this came out. All right, now let me tell you the difference between these two. The meatball is actually smaller. All right, they actually gave it a proportion, a ratio. The meatball was smaller, and it's 1/3 of the blue circle. All right, that was the calculation. I think this is the official code. The colours specified there was insignia blue and insignia red. So maybe something that you now can identify at least a rough age. Now, although this lasted until the 15th of May 1942, the United States Army Air Force and the Navy and all the United States military decided to have the one roundel system on the top left and bottom right. I haven't got a fighter with me. I'll explain in just a moment. It wasn't to save money, it wasn't to save paint, it was actually, the idea was to save lives. I could show you an example a little bit after this, all right? Now, of course, while all this was going on, I kind of fit this here. I put it here, this one here, the US Stars and Stripes, right? Now, don't forget, in 1939, when the war broke out, America was still neutral. It was neutral until the events happened on the 7th of December 1941, the attacks on Pearl Harbor. So neutrality was just a flag. They didn't have a roundel. They avoided the military roundels. So any aircraft traveling to Europe, it would have a neutrality. Also, while that was going on, I added this, by the way, which is the Civil Air Patrol, which is still going today, by the way. 1st of December 1941 this was added. It was a Reb, by the way, the red propeller was later removed during World War II. I think it was to avoid confusion with Imperial Japan's types, okay? 15th of May 1942, the B-17 that I showed you, we can fit this into this category now. 15th of May 1942, they just got rid of the meatball. All right, the meatball was removed. They felt that shapes were more important than colours, right, in that respect. Or did they? But they decided to get rid of that to avoid confusion with Japan. All right, so that was the main kind of, they didn't want to cause any issues, so they felt that, you know, a white star in a blue circle was quite visual, so they removed the red. And, you know, even the RAF, when they were traveling out to the Pacific, they'd have a two-tone blue, they'd omit the red to avoid confusion and conflicts with the Imperial Japan's aircraft. All right, so the meatball was removed. That lasted until 1943. Now, while this was happening, you may have seen on one of our streams not long ago, I think it was at, was it Old Buckingham? No, it was at East Kirkby. That, I think it was like a grasshopper. This yellow outer circle, all right, outline was for Operation Torch only. All right, October 1942 to 1943. It was inspired by the Royal Air Force's yellow, and you know, to really stand out for Allied aircraft. Okay, the yellow varied in thickness as well. It was emitted from the top wings. Well, from what I read, however, that grasshopper had them on the top, so I'm not sure what happened there, but it was used for the North African theatre of operations and the Allied invasion of the French North Africa. Now, this is where the bar came into it, and that happened on the 28th of June 1943. This lasted until the 14th of August 1943. The bars were added for visibility. In the Pacific, though, it was omitted. All right, they actually omitted that red, and they ended up with this August the 14th 1943. We're getting quite modern now, and that was until the 14th of Jan 1947. The red was removed completely, and the United States Navy used a lighter blue. By the way, just going all the way back to this, the United States Navy during that time actually just had a very basic, almost like an anchor and eagle, by the way, which is still featured today, right? Okay, so, and then 14th of January 1947 to today, it's this. This is what they use officially, and it was 9 months before the official United States Air Force birthday, basically, the official. There is a little exception with this. In 1973, there were F-15s with a scheme called Compass Ghost Scheme, and they omitted the blue bar. So you don't have this blue bar outline, it's just a white bar with a red line for it. Have a look at that. You ever have a look at F-15s in the Ghost, Compass Ghost thing? All right, so that's a little bit of an evolution of the national insignia, by the way, for those that would like to know a little bit more. Now, I'll just let me go and tell you something a little bit about roundels as well. Again, a question I actually got asked this by someone on the R4D, the Ready for Duty. They weren't sure why they had one roundel on the top wing and not on both, and I actually answered it for them, and it was quite nice for me to pass on information. Now let me go and get my example. Right. So, the markings, the one round, all right, let's try and do this. Without breaking stuff. Right, today we're going to use a Hurricane. We're going to use a nice, gorgeous Hawker Hurricane. There we go, look, the classic 2 roundels. Brilliant, everything's working fine so far. Haven't broken anything just yet. Yep, so there we go, 2. Let me just move this. So yeah, for those who don't know why the United States had just the 1 roundel, one on the top left wing and one on the bottom right wing. So as you can see, there's our roundel. So imagine you were a enemy aircraft and you've latched on and you're looking around and you see these 2 roundels, you're like, ah, enemy. Right, I'm gonna go and follow it. Now, you've got your gun sights, and isn't that just very convenient that you've kind of got now a line of sight? Your brain is focused now on in the middle of the 2 roundels, and what that's doing is actually indicating the fact that the crucial parts of the aircraft is right in the middle. Now, to do that, you've been conveniently given a rough line of sight with the roundels. So they felt that right in the middle of the 2 roundels is the pilot and the engine. The worst places to get hit, especially in the cockpit, because you are in there. All right. So the idea to switch to have 1 roundel was the fact that it gave a split-second confusion to the human brain. Human brains love symmetry. Okay, let me just put my positioning, let me get my positioning better. So the idea came about the fact that if you have, now your eyes are, if you were the enemy fighter, you're kind of distracted by this 1 roundel, all right? And then it's now over here, it's now over there, as it's weaving in and out. Now you can't, what it does, it just makes the brain a little bit out of sync with the symmetry that you're aiming for. It's distracting you, because the reason why, if you get hit on this wing, it's not so bad. It's better than getting hit in the engine, it's better than getting hit in the face, okay, literally in the cockpit. So the idea is it weaves in and out of the clouds. You can't really gauge the middle anymore, but you can with this, because now you're focused right in the middle, the most crucial part. So the idea to have the 1 roundel was put in place to save lives, not to save paint. Yes, it did save paint, but the idea was to save lives, distract and make the brain a little bit confused. And you know, imagine clouds in and out, weaving in and out for a little dogfight, and you see that it's just to distract the sight of an enemy fighter. All right, that's what the idea behind it was, and that was the reasons behind the switch, to have just the 1 roundel. All right, so there you go, a little bit of history there. Maybe you knew, maybe you didn't know. If you didn't, no worries, now you do. Right, let's check ADS-B, see if we've got I think I can hear a startup, but it could be the... Oh, hang on. It looks like the C-146 again starting up. Okay, so that's the C-146 again, starting up. site got an engine run from the C-136. So, welcome to the show, Davey. Hazel Harding, how you doing? Ribs. Davey, how's it going? Margot, LEJ approach. What's going on? Hope we're all good and well. Beckett, LEJ, Doug Ross, Links Rainbird, Michael Woodring, GP65, Frank Kroshinsky, Aspen, what up? Dieter, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. can. So it's definitely not the C-146 making that lovely sound. So we may get an MC-130J. Hope for 10 million circuits, you never know. Come on. Let's have a look. Unless it's just it's sounding more and more like a ground run, unfortunately, but we'll fingers crossed. It's the wing safety. What is that? It's one of those calibration vehicles, actually. Definitely a ground run, unfortunately. Otherwise that would take off by now. Making that pitch noise. Yeah, it's got one of those
Right now, I'm doing around there now. Reggie here, part of the RAF Regiment. Just doing me thing here now. Doing me checks. Make sure, alright. Let me know if you see that red-head fella. Yeah, if you see him, shout Reggie. Yeah. Just doing my perimeter checks. You can tell I'm Regiment. Part of the mush, you see. So I'm doing it around here now. Yeah. You won't be getting me on no plane. But I don't really land on, with the planes. I may go up in them, but I jump out of them. So I'll do it around there now. Yep, behave yourself there now. Reminds me of BA, except he gets in the planes but doesn't like to land in them. He likes to jump out of them. It's different, isn't it?
VFI final. Negative for that will be heading east over water and then north up Skullport. And Maxwell VFI departure, correct? Affirmative.
MC-130J on the list then. It's going to be backtracking, so we'll catch it from here. Well, at least we get to see another departure, I guess. Moving on, should be making its way. And there it is.
367 Mildenhall Tower, you can speed on runway 28, back taxi approved. You make a 180 turn left down speed of runway and advise position.
So this is one of the variants of the C-130. It is the MC-130J Commando 2, and it flies clandestine or low visibility, single or even multi-ship, low level infiltration, exfiltration and resupply of special ops forces by airdrop or air land, and can also carry out air refueling as well for its buddy CV-22 Ospreys and other tasty helicopters. And of course our CV-22 Osprey here, between them here with the 352nd Special Operations Wing, it can operate in politically sensitive and hostile and unposh environments. Primarily flies at night, hence the 67 Special Ops are the night owls, hence Strix comes from the Greek word strigas, which means stringa is a type of night owl. So it's there when you need, they're there when you need them. Secondary missions also include the airdrop of leaflets as well. Give out some TCS leaflets. The first ever MC-130J aircraft was delivered on the in September 2011 to Cannon Air Force Base, New Mexico. Powered by 4 Rolls-Royce AE2100 D3s. They're 4,591 shaft horsepower, 4 beautiful 6-blade propellers. There when you need them.
Continue holding position, awaiting release. Good afternoon, Golf Juliet Alpha Delta November.
So it has refueling pods on the wings.
0456 Golf Juliet Alpha Delta November.
Here we go.
Operating over the canals, doing some simulated over training.
I mean, that under the wing is got hardly any surface area left available, isn't it? Look at it, it's packing everything on there. But you got your refueling pods, you got your fuel tanks, got all sorts going on. So nice to see another type. So we just need the
CV-22 Osprey to go now, and then we've had a bit of a full house, haven't we? I mean, this one doesn't have the covers on it, but we'll see.
Hotel, no current.
So it's just heading to the east, so we should be able to catch it. Absolute icon, isn't it? Absolute beautiful. Welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you're all good and well. And the iconic water towers of Mildenhall. Beautiful. Right, let's see what else we're going to get there. Oh yeah, you alright, buddy? How you doing?
How you doing? Alright?
Yeah, you okay?
No stickers, have you?
They're online, the car graphics.
Ah, right.
Alright. No worries.
How long are you for all day?
A couple more hours maybe.
See you later, love.
Yeah, take care, alright.
There is a KC-135 pinging on the ground, so let's see if that will also go out. That's the thing, you could be waiting a long time, and all it takes is just a single aircraft to just do 1,000 circuits, as we've seen before many times, usually when we're about to go. Which is fine, we'll just keep going, not a problem.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. How's it going? All right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Are we ready? Hang on. Get it ready this. We'll get shot on the wall. Are you ready? Alfie? Cheers, mate.
All right, yeah, no problem at all.
Ted Connie's moving.
You all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you okay?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. How's it going?
Good. I was at Lakeney for doing stuff.
All right, okay. Nice, very good.
Got a few photos.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Have a photo.
Yes, you can.
Is that, are you?
I've got mine here.
No, it's alright.
Okay.
Oh yes, the magic Ted. Ready? Thank you very
All
much.
I saw yesterday that you was at Coningsby, wasn't you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was nice.
Are you going anywhere tomorrow? Or?
Don't know yet.
No, don't know.
I'll wait till I get home and I'll find out. I'll ask
Okay.
Ted where we're going to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Enjoy your day.
Are the CV thingies taking off today?
I don't know. I don't
Not
know
sure,
what they're doing.
okay.
I'm afraid. Sorry.
It's alright. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
No worries. Long distance shots.
It's just that one. I will leave that one for now. We'll wait for another one. Just a single F-15.
another way though. Okay. Stay low, so that's coming out. Does look like one, doesn't it? I thought there was a person there. good and well. What's going on? Hope you're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. If you haven't done so already, let's try and get 1,000 likes. I know it's a slower day than what we sometimes get, but then again, nothing beats the one departure in 7 hours. So we've had more than that. We've had 4 or 5 times more. So that's the way it is, and that's the way military aviation is. There we go. My dentures need some of that glue. How are we doing, Mandy Cuts? Marco Baxter, how you doing? Davey, what up? Yeah, you never know. I mean, last week we got the Osprey. It was doing a bit of an air test, wasn't it? It was doing a bit of a ain't no bother over. Come on. Right, let's have a look at ADSB, see what's going on. Oh, looks like Lager 5-1's heading back, isn't it? Yeah. Come on, 6,000 circuits, please. Come on. That'd be good. Oi, oi.
We'll call November initially down flight level 60 November.
Looks like the KC-135 is on its way. Lager 5-1, I think it is. Aspen, you know how it is. What up? Remco de Vray. Wendy loves planes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it feels really dry, and yeah, you can easily get dehydrated out here today. Okay, not too long now. Should be on its way. Lager 5-1. Just descending to the west of Norwich. Fingers crossed. Could be all good. How we doing? Dieter, how you doing? Dieter, I've seen some pictures about the torch operation showing US aircraft with RAF tail markings. I don't know the story about this. Do you mean the star on the fuselage with the yellow outer circle and the tail flash? I've come across this before, and I think it's to do with the similarity between the French roundel. It's very, very similar. And if I remember correctly, they used that star, the US insignia, but kept the RAF tail flash to almost act as an additional non-confusion when involved in aerial combat. Does that make, or even from ground fire? So if you've got enemy aircraft at that time for the French campaign in North Africa, okay, the French roundel is red, white, blue, okay, the Royal Air Force roundel is blue, white, red, all right? It's very similar. So what they did, they kept the tail flash on the tail, but used the US Army Air Force's insignia with the yellow outer ring. Does that make sense? Hope that made sense. I think that's what happened with that. I think it's to do with because at the end of the day, roundels, when you're traveling hundreds of miles per hour, you know, and especially at closing speeds, you ain't got much time to. You can see it's round. That's great. We're round. You know, whereas Luftwaffe were a lot easier. And China, Japan using red, the stars of Soviet Union, a lot more distinctive, very easy to catch. But if you've got roundels that are just very similar, then so be it. I mean, what I didn't tell you, and which I've mentioned before on other streams, the fact that before roundels of the Royal Air Force, they used the British flag. I know, but you couldn't really recognise it, and it had a cross, shoot it. But you know, yeah. the thing is, the Union flag has a cross as well. Okay, so this is the thing. So they had to come up with, and it was the French idea. It was adapted from the French roundel. But the problem is now, during Operation Torch in North Africa, and to do with that, then it became a bit of a problem because the French roundel is extremely similar to the RAF roundel now. Keeping an eye out on that KC-135. I have come across that before. I've seen that before. There's a few things that break the rules at first when you think about it, but there was a reason behind many of the things that they did. I see it now. Here we go. Right. Earlier. Hopefully it's will give us a few circuits. Come on, I haven't heard what's going on with it, but we can always hope. Now then, in that hazy sky, I've got to find a tiny silhouette at the minute. Goodness me, I had it and now it's gone. Where are you? Where do you think you're going, huh? Well, I did have it, and I've lost it. Oh, here we go. It's turned. Right. Oh, it's going to land. this one Blackjack by any chance? Is it? Let's have a look. I think it is. Is this one called Blackjack, anyone? With the cards? Again, the nose art that you see here were once on the original B-17s of the 100th at Fort Abbott's. Station crest, the same as Lakenheath, the same as Upper Hayford, Greenham Common, Kirk Newton, Brampton, all because of support command. Scored a close copy. It's a thing in the Royal Air Force insignia heraldry. Name of the station, but they all have and feature the eagle on the Greek Ionian pillar with a crown around it. I guess after support command disbanded, it stayed. Actually, I'll take back Upper Hayford. I don't think that is. I think it's definitely Greenham Common, Kirk Newton, Hythe, there was a few others, Kirk Newton, Lakenheath, Mildenhall, there was a couple more, gosh, I've forgotten now, it's about 7. I don't think Upper Hayford had that. I might be wrong. I might on that. I don't know why I mentioned Upper Hayford. It was Greenham Common. Pretty sure that was it. Oh, actually, no, it was Upper Hayford. Yep, definitely, yep, Upper Hayford was on there. And, yep. So maybe let's just double check Greenham Common. Yep, Greenham Common as well. Upper Hayford, definitely. Brampton, Lakenheath, Kirk Newton, and there was another one. Yeah, so they all feature under what's called a, and Brampton of course, support command. And they all have the same station crest with the exception of course of the name of the station. It's quite interesting that. Kirk Newton up in there, and if I remember correctly, 2022 RAF Typhoon display pilot, Paddy, he was there as a glider instructor if I remember correctly. Came across it on the way back from Edinburgh. is the KC-135 Lager 5-1, which took off earlier today. Yeah, that was Blackjack, wasn't it? Pretty cool. Yeah, tiny bit of crabbing there. Yeah, Dieter, so those are, that's to do with the roundel being very similar to the French roundel. So what they did, they used the star, the white star, they used the United States Army Air Force roundel basically to stop the confusion between the Royal Air Force and the French roundel during that North African campaign of Operation Torch. Just had 1 minute of rain. Yeah, we do have some rain in certain parts of the country. Should make some of the patches of grass green again. Alex Raven, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well. Oh yeah, sure. How you doing? All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Let's grab a quick photo. You all right, young man? Oh, here we go. All right. Enjoy your day. Take care, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. So many of you have noticed the square D, and this is the thing. So I'll give you a quick spiel on that, if I may. And this is only for the, I still haven't done my 9th Air Force. I better do one actually. I better do a 9th Air Force, who was it? Craig Lockett. Yeah, amazing. Got a blue badge member, a blue loyalty badge member that's asking for that. So it's amazing. Not all the members are on at any one time, and it's amazing. I'll give you a little spiel. Let's just catch this for the bingo card purposes. See ya. Yeah, we're doing ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Right, so I'm just going to give you a bit of history of the 8th Air Force. The friendly invasion that arrived in 42 in England, and there was quite a bit of a structure here, and it's quite fascinating to see the structure. Okay, now ignore the letters for a moment. Okay, I just put them in there just to show you, and this is specific only to the 8th Air Force. Okay, this is just the 8th Air Force. Now, I'm going to show you the story about the markings. I won't go into the details because they weren't called the 8th Air Force, they were called 8th Bomber Command and others. It was quite structured, all right, but I'm going to give you the basics of what it all means. Okay, now let's take the United States Army Air Force's 8th Air Force. Each Air Force did a different thing. They specialised in a different thing, like the 9th Air Force. The 9th Air Force took care of ground support, close air support, ground attacks, whereas the 8th Air Force was strategic bombing, so ball bearing plants, aircraft factories, marshalling yards, oil refineries, all that kind of stuff. Okay, and of course with the fighters, they'd escort them and take out any enemy aircraft. All right, so for those that asked about the square D, because we do get asked this quite a lot. Okay, so the idea was structure. Okay, now I will go back into the chats if you get stuck. Okay, what they did, they split the 8th Air Force into 3 divisions. Okay, 3 divisions, and in those divisions, okay, there were 12 to 15 bomb wings. In those bomb wings, there were 35 to 45 bomb groups, then squadrons, then the aircraft, then the crew. So we're looking at a 32,000 man crew. Okay, right, so going back to the 3 divisions, they were marked on the tails of their aircraft with shapes to denominate which division. Sorry, I made a mistake already. They were marked with shapes to denominate which division. Okay, so there were 3 divisions of the 8th Air Force. The 1st Air Division was marked with a triangle. The 2nd Air Division was denominated on the tails of the aircraft with a circle, and the square for the 3rd Air Division. So these were put on the bombers. Okay, these were put on the bombers of the aircraft. Does that make sense so far? All right, are you with me? All right, so a triangle was the 1st Air Division, circle was 2nd, 3rd was a square. All right, so now you know that the square D of the 100th, okay, were the 3rd Air Division. Now, in those divisions, they were given wings. The 1st, the 40th, and the 41st, and the 94th wing were part of the 1st Air Division. Okay, the 2nd, 14th, and 20th, and 96th wing were part of the 2nd Air Division. The 13th, 45th, 4th, and 93rd wing were part of the 3rd Air Division. That makes sense so far, okay? Does that make sense about the shapes? Right, let's break this down. Let's go even further. In fact, do I have an example of... no, I used to on one of my old notes. Oh, here we go. Just, there we go, just on the aircraft, look. So that there, look. On a B-24, for example. All right, okay, so the 446 bomb group. Right, let's break this down in division by division. How's that? Yeah, let's break this down. Here we go. Right, let me go back to let's have a look at all the markings. I'm going to break this down. So what I've done, so now you know the triangle is the 1st Air Division, and what I've done here, I've split them up into their wings as well. So the 91st, 381st, and the 398th were part of the 1st wing of the 1st Air Division. This 40th wing here, okay, 92nd, 305th, 306th bomb groups were part of the 40th wing of the 1st Air Division. 303rd, 379th, 384th, okay, they were part of the 41st wing of the 1st Air Division. All right, and so on, okay? And what I've done here, I've put the actual squadrons of each group. So let's pick that one, which I've just done. So this triangle K was the 379th Bomb Group, okay, and these are the squadrons, 524, 525, 526, 527th, yeah? We'll come back to these highlighted ones. Can you see how nice it is? 325, 326, 327, and then, oh, what's going on here? 407th. 322, 323, 324, it should be 325. What's going on here? 401st. What's going on? Some of them are quite nicely all in numeric order, right? And then this one here, look. We'll come back to that in just a moment, okay? So you got the 91st, 92nd, 303rd, 379th. The letters were cryptic, okay? Each letter was cryptic. You couldn't work out what the letter A meant. You couldn't go, oh, any A means 91. Didn't work like that. It was done this way for security reasons, okay? Let's have a look at all the 2nd Air Division. Again, I've split them up into their wings, okay? These two here, we'll come back to that in a moment because there were specials, all right? There were special ones. Let's take, so a Circle D was not the 100th, it was the 392nd Bomb Group. The 20th Wing had these 3 groups, okay? The 93rd Group, the 328, 329, 330, and then what's going on here, but we'll come back to that, okay? I haven't finished all the squadrons, but I've highlighted where things didn't quite go numerical. And then finally, okay, these, okay? Now that you know that the square meant 3rd Air Division, all right? And now that you know that the 100th Bomb Group were part of the 13th Wing, all right? And that's their, that's them all there, and then there's a few random ones there, 413, you know, the 100th had the 349, 350, 351st and 418th. We're going to come back to this in just a second. All right, we're going to come back to structure. So here we are again. Now, this is the fighter groups, okay, because there were fighter groups of the 8th Air Force. Now, again, each fighter wing, okay, had their own groups, and each fighter wing, okay, each Air Division were looked after by a particular fighter wing. So the 67th Fighter Wing looked after the 1st Air Division, all right, and these are the groups with their squadrons. Don't know what happened there, coming back to that. All right, so there you go, that's the 65th Fighter Wing looked after the 2nd Air Division, and now you know that the 100th Bomb Group were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing. Okay, so you got the 55th Fighter Group, 78, 339, 353rd, and the 357th group, and I've got in blue the squadrons, all right, the fighter squadrons. Does that make sense? All right, so I've broken this down quite nicely for you. Right, there were also specials. There were secret and special squadrons, the carpetbaggers of the 406, the reconnaissance. There were even pathfinders as well in the 8th Air Force, okay, which is why there's an additional few more wings there, all right? They weren't particularly part of a division, but there were specials. So you had reconnaissance. These were flying mosquitoes, all right, these here. I think 653rd, the Red Tails, they were flying mosquitoes. They were special and light. How cool is that? This very special 482nd Bomb Group, who were pathfinders. That's what the bracket P. Now, just so that you're not lost in this, are you with me so far? All right, letters are random. You can't make people. Oh, hello. Got a departure. Talk history. Get aircraft.
Roger, 72 has a firm. You can turn left on the Taxiway Alpha and
So, another KC-135 on the move. Right, are you with me on that so far? That's what it meant. And the reason why it's here, by the way, let me give you a reason why it's here, is because the 100th Bomb Group, they were here 1943 to 45, okay? Not here as in Mildenhall, but they were about 25 miles down the road in the direction of the backwards crow flying, okay? When they came back in the vicinity in February 1992, they were allowed to fly operationally on their KC-135s, the Square D. Now, I wanted to tell you that markings through history stay with the squadron. They stay with the groups. All these markings that we see, all right, so like the 96 Bomb Group, they will still have their square G.
Square C. Sorry, they're Square C. The 303rd Bomb Group, they will always have their triangle. The 351st will always have their triangle J, and so on, all right? But the difference here is that they can fly it operationally, not ceremonially. For ceremony purposes, there you go. Ceremonially, that's the one, all right? Hope that makes sense. Now, I want you to just switch back to Lakenheath for a minute. Do you remember when I talk about the 48th, where they had their 4 squadrons, okay? They were a group, and they moved the 495th because the idea was fighter groups would have 3 squadrons. Well, the 48th had 4. So they moved the 495th to the 407th Bomb Group. Now, here's the thing. Is this taken off now, or is it going to just... Okay. And then they changed their minds, okay, that bomb groups were to have 4 squadrons, which is why you now have a random number. It's all going in sequence. The first 3 are always in numerical order, and then suddenly you have a random. They changed their minds and switched it, so they had to move back. They had to allocate the remaining squadrons. I hope that makes sense. I hope you didn't lose you there. So the 48th were a bombardment group, okay, and then they were going to change to a fighter group in the end, a fighter bomb group. But they changed that. They changed. They moved the 495th to another group, and then well, actually that group became inactive. But because they changed their mind and said actually we'll have 4 to the bomb groups. They had to allocate these random squadrons now, all right? They were very nicely done numerically, you know, the 492nd, 493rd, 494th and 495th. So if the 407th had been around, it would have had all these numbers nice until the 495th turned up. Does that make sense? Because they switched it, which is why later groups, all their numbers are all nice and numerical, all right? It's to do with the change with that. But I also want you to notice another thing. Why is there no 102nd? Why is there no 153rd? Why is there no 202nd? Why is there no 253rd? Why is there no 300th? Okay, there is a 301st. What they did, so you've got the 100th Bomb Group, but you haven't got a 101st Bomb Group. The reason is 101 to 300 were allocated to Air National Guards and Reserves. Which is why when you see KC-135s of Air National Guards, they're 100 and something or 200 and something. There you go. Try it out. Air National Guards, the wings itself will all have 100 and something. Between 101 and 300. All right, I don't know them all. There's no way I would know them all because that would just be, yeah. I'd probably be, yeah. I hope that made sense anyway. Some of that. If not, I'm going to go in the chats and catch up with you. th Bomb Group, was part of the 13th Wing, part of the 3rd Air Division. Correct, absolutely. I hope that made sense. Feel free to take a screen grab of all that. There's another startup over there. I hope that made sense, by the way, okay? Again, it's quite a lot to take in. And in the 9th Air Force, they've got their own markings. The fighter groups of the 8th Air Force, they had their own markings. They had different colours and shapes and lines, etc. But that's for another day. That'll be for another day. But tune into the Lost Airfields where I explain it. Sounds like we got more startups. So it's the way it was structured. It's really, you know, I find it amazing. Yeah, so, hang on, if I've got time to grab my book. There was no way of working it out either. All right, it's really important that you understand that for security they didn't want you know anyone to know what the D meant. Yes, if you know that the square was the division. The circle in the 2nd Air Division was usually on B-24 Liberators. All right, so and that's where you'll usually find that. Now each squadron also had their own markings as well, just like the RAF. They actually had their own 2-digit system. So the 351st had Echo Papa. I'm just showing you RAF. So each squadron of the bomb groups did have 2 letters. Let me put that in focus. Had 2 letters as well. But before this 2-digit system, okay, because you could have a mix of numbers as well. The RAF before the war actually wrote the squadron numbers down on the side of the aircraft. Now they realised, oops, that's not very secure to do that. Security would be an issue because you can find out what squadron operated where, easy. The single letter on their own when you find one, that's just the flight from A to Z basically, all right? So this is the 24th aircraft, just for example, in the flight letter. Yeah, it's quite amazing really to see that. It really is when you start seeing marking ZK there of 25 Squadron with the Blenheim. That's twice I've found a ZK, right? But yeah, I mean you can have letters and numbers as well. And like I said, that one on its own, that's the flight. Okay, so you can have A to Z. I've seen a little squared symbol as well. I think maybe they have more than 24, maybe when it rolled over, maybe perhaps. But yeah, but they used to have the squadron numbers on there. So it's all a learning curve. Everyone learnt from each other, you know, and that's the thing. And, but fighter groups, by the way, fighter groups had their own markings, and that's for another show. But the 9th Air Force, again, they had their own marking systems. Okay, there was also the 15th Air Force, and so on and so on. But you know, I'll usually just keep it local, keep it to what we have, and talk about here. 12th Air Force. Everyone had their own markings. It was a great way. The idea behind it was a good way to get bomb groups into formation. That was another idea behind it. It was easier to get into formation, you know, by that's got a triangle or a square, or keeping divisions together, etc. So it was an identifier for those that know. But I'm sure they would have worked it out eventually, maybe, that the square D was the 100th, maybe, I don't know. I'm sure their intelligence would have probably worked that out. But ultimately, the other benefit of doing that was able to get into formation with your own. And this is why they're on the KC-135s. To remember the 100th bomb group, because they are the same legacy, the same bloodline. And then obviously after the war, many of the groups that survived were given wing status, hence the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, for example. Right, here we go. Is there a new mic set up? No, it's because there's no wind. You can hear me for a change. Right, here we go. It's probably what it is. Hardly any wind. There's a little bit of a breeze, but...
Roger, 72, heading runway 28, wind 220 at 9 and 6.
Okay, another departure, bonus. Here we go. International F-108s, 21,600 pounds of thrust.
Heavy lift deployed through radar contact and traffic service timing, tank level 130.
CV-22 as well.
Sorry, mate, you got a cup of tea.
All right. When do I not?
Just go and stand next to the van though with that.
This bit.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's been fascinated by planes since like March time.
Oh, cool.
Can stand there then, Isla. Lovely, top
All
man.
right,
Thank you
no
very much.
worries.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's one video. And the plane video. And the plane video. What? Was that underneath?
doing, ladies, gents? Just waiting now for this potential Osprey startup. It's looking good, isn't it? This is looking good. Stay tuned. Be patient. Here we go. Well, while this is happening, we've also got an arrival, the MC-130. Have we got two?
What time do you think?
Am I just imagining this, or what happened here?
Copy out.
Okay.
Oh, look, the Hercules is landing that again, video.
The gear?
And power restricted 7 on the go, request power battery.
Yeah. Well, you can point that MC-130J Commando 2 at me. Come on then. On the go, look at this! Yeah! Woo, yeah! There goes the salmon sashimi. Right, there's all sorts going on here now, because we've got a second flashy on the CV-22 Osprey, flown by the 7 Special Ops Squadron, the bad boys and girls. Are they both going? I think they're both going out, you know. I think it's a 2 ship. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? This is. We'll take what we get. Let's have a look. I'm getting a bit excited there.
Do you have an ETA to spare for?
Don't go anywhere just yet. Something's about to occur.
Space here for runway 3. 667, runway 28, 40 outbound.
Meanwhile, the size of it. Right, anyway.
Spawner 5-1, heavy ground, are you still? You a crew swap though? Spawner 5-1, hey Roger, Swanwick was calling approach and asking about you. I have 2 flight plans for you. One is departing at 11:35 for refueling in area 8.
Certainly came to a halt, didn't it? Right, so back to these. Just for a sec. What's going left over there, and What's going on here? Because it looks like we've got two. Potentially. We'll see. Nice to get a two-shot, wouldn't it? Eh? That'd be pretty cool. Right, let's see what we're going to get. Let's see. So, over this way, we're looking at the 352nd Special Operations Wing. And of course, this is their home here at RAF Mildenhall, an essential part of the AFSOC, that's Air Force Special Operations Command, and the group has more than 1,000 Air Force personnel assigned, and they're a force. They're not, tell you what, you don't mess with these. And they've nearly got 50 personnel attached, associated as members of Joint Special Operations Air Component Europe and Detachment 2. That's the 25th Intelligence Squadron. The wing is the only Air Force Special Operations unit in European command as well. Under the operational command of the Special Operations Command Europe, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, they basically plan, perform in specialised operations using their advanced aircraft, tactics, air refuelling techniques to transport and resupply military forces through their CV-22 Ospreys, the MC-130J Commander 2 and C-146 Wolfhound. The wing also provides a variety, as mentioned there. The wing is and its squadrons have deployed into a number of operations in the fields, such as Operations Desert Storm, provide comfort, enduring freedom, Iraqi freedom, Silver Anvil, Joint Endeavour, Deliberate Force, Autumn Return, A Short Delivery, Asta Silver, it goes on and on, Odyssey Dawn, Unified Protector, so on and so on, the list goes on. When there's a situation, the 352nd are most likely already there. The 352nd support squadrons provide in-garrison and deployed command and control and operational support for 2 flying squadrons, the 67th Special Operations Squadron, who fly the MC-130J Commando 2 and the C-146, and this through the 7th Special Operations Squadron. So they're the ones, number 7, they're the ones that operate the CV-22 Osprey. This support includes exercise logistics, contingency planning, aircrew training, communications, aerial delivery, medical, intelligence. So we're talking CASEVAC, search and rescue, and all sorts of things. But the thing is, they do this through hostile environments, politically sensitive environments, places no posh person would ever go. The 352nd Special Operation Maintenance Squadron, they provide all the organisational and intermediate level maintenance on the fleet of the CV-22B Osprey assigned. The 7th Special Operations Squadron, they specialise in executing night, adverse weather, long-range troop transport and resupply operations to potentially hazardous areas. They really just, if it's dirty, mucky, bad weather, filthy weather, they'll be there. The squadron also supports non-combat evacuation as well, humanitarian relief and other operations as well. You've also got the 321st Special Tactics Squadron. They provide a fast reaction, rapidly deployable force capable of establishing and providing positive control of air-to-ground interface during special operations and conventional missions as well. The squadron also has Special Operations Weatherman, assigned to provide weather support for other military forces. From unit combat controllers to conduct reconnaissance, surveillance, it's all there. The 67th Special Operations Squadron, as we mentioned, they operate the MC-130J Commando 2 as well. Again, they will operate at night, bad places, but they have a smile on their faces. They are the bad boys and girls of Mildenhall, ladies and gents, the 352nd. This is the CV-22B Osprey. Here we go. go. Maybe starting with the C-130. both of them in, look. It's just picked up. I did anticipate that, so getting ready for it. a very lively back end of the show, isn't it? Excellent stuff. Great afternoon it's been in the end, right? Really, really good. Not sure how we're going to last on here for that wind. It's there is some really strong winds coming now for the next day or two. Be a bit of a challenge tomorrow if I'm going to try and attempt it. We'll see. We'll just keep everything tied down and see how we get on. Ted, hang on to that beret, mate, because that's going to go straight over. Dita, thank you very much for the super chat. Great work on your diagram document. Love it. Count March, thank you very much for the super. Kevy Howard, how you doing, man? 21 months. Wow, 21 months and counting. Oh yeah, good to see you at Shuttleworth, man. Really cool. Josh, the Vape Man, thank you as well for your 13 months membership. All everyone, thanks for yet another stream. TCS, thank you very much. Right, what do you reckon, Teddy? Is that us done for today? Let's have a look where that MC-130J went. See what's going on with these. Right, option tower, here we go. I think it looks like they're getting prepped with another crew to go out. Should do another circuit. Just get myself ready. It's a little bit breezy up here now. It's gone to its classic windy bend. Been cleared for the option. That means the pilot at their discretion can have literally the option to carry out a low approach, touch and go, a missed approach, go around, whatever. MC-130J Commando 2. Let's just pop in round for another go, another option. Phantom Fixer, all to you. Welcome back, Matthew Felty. How you doing? Thanks a lot for watching the heavyweight. It is very cool. Uncool plane guides to the Osprey doing a circuit. Absolutely. Davey, how you doing? AWOL Stu, Alan Q, Mandy Cuts, Alex Blackcat, LJ Approach, Captain A, Peter Atkins. How you doing? Hope you're all good and well. See ya.
Looking forward to watching the video.
Yeah, take care. See you later. Thank you. Like and subscribe. There it is. Oh yeah, I've showed you the sign before, and obviously not always easy to do so. At Lakenheath, I've shown you the box, but I can actually show you the actual lines here. Look, see that? See those lines there? So those dashes, so if you were coming from the left of the screen and heading to the right, you can proceed. There's no requirement for you to stop there, okay? However, if you were coming from right to left, then you are now approaching solid lines, so you have to stop. That is a holding point. You cannot go further than that without the instructions from air traffic control. All right, so that's what those mean. And there was a little box at Lakenheath that showed you that, didn't it? If you remember. Loads of little cool things around an aerodrome.
done it before, but this time they wouldn't let me up because of the heat. I've done it before.
Oh, that's all right. Oh. Yeah, I was looking out for you. I was like, oh my god, I've missed him.
Well, they kept changing. They said, you're the next one. Then they said, you're the next one. Then they said, you're the next one. Then they said, can you come and get on the scales again? Which I did. And they said,
oh no,
sorry mate, you're too heavy.
Oh, that's a shame.
So,
oh mate.
That was a good day though.
Oh yeah, it was. It was a good day, wasn't it?
Did you do Little Branston?
I haven't been granted the go-ahead to do that, so one day I'll keep inquiring. Yeah, I mean, I would do it if they allowed me, but haven't got the go-ahead yet.
That's a good little show, actually.
Yeah, I know. I've seen. It's really. It looks great.
Yeah.
It looks like a really good.
That's really relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame, mate, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you not go in any of the others, or the? Did you go?
No, they don't really appeal to me, to be honest.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I like the dangerous ones.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, I don't blame you. It does like almost like a performance takeoff.
Yeah, I just don't like they don't do anything for me. You know?
That's fair enough. No, that's fair enough. You're not the only one. No, you're not the only one to say that. So.
Well, no, I did it a couple of years ago. I did the loop and
in that extra.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic.
I'll tell you what,
See
mate.
ya.
We went up, I don't know, with about 1,800 feet. He said, we'll dip the nose, get a bit of speed, and then we'll flip it over. He dipped the nose, and it was almost like you were going nowhere. All of a sudden, he pulled that stick back, mate, and he was upside down in
brilliant
milliseconds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's certainly worth doing if you've never done it.
Yeah, defo. I'll have to give that a go.
Yeah, I would, mate.
Yeah, definitely. I'll enjoy that.
It's not as bad as people make out, to be fair.
Yeah. That's going out again.
Oh, the Osprey?
Yeah, that's going out again. Well, it's flashing anyway. Looks like the crew have got back in, so that looks good.
Yeah.
And then you got the MC-130 just coming in now as well.
Oh, is that on finals now, is it?
Yeah.
I better go back over here then.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking all right. So we've got a bit more movement before we finish. This could be a funny shot. Hang on. This could get funny. Hang on. Watch this. Oh, you This could be a fun shot. Get ready. Get ready. Oh no, it's too high. Hang on. Look at you. Oh. Right, hope you're all good and well, ladies, sheds, teddy bears. Here we go. Possibly another training sortie for the CV-22 Osprey. Those 38 feet rotor diameter. They're not as big as the Chinook. The CV-22 Osprey is 11.6 meters. That's 38 feet diameter for each of its two free-bladed prop rotors. blade size is restricted because, of course, we worked out what did we work out? Like, was it 2 meters? We worked this out, didn't we? Was it just 2 meters, like 6 foot clearance, which is not a lot. So, and that's one of the things. But the Chinook is 60 feet. It's 18.3 meter diameter, so nearly double the size the Chinook's rotors, right? But of course, the diameter is probably relative, or the rotor is probably relative to its weight, right? And the loading. Powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Liberty AE 1107s. Got around 6,200 shaft horsepower each. The span is 83 feet and 10 inches with a height of 22 feet 1 inch and a length of 57 feet and 4 inches. It is armed. It has on the rear a 50 cal machine gun on the ramp. Take 24 personnel as well as cargo. Here we go, let's see what we're going to get. Is a tilt rotor, but it's also a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing, but it can also take off conventionally as well, if you've ever seen that before. Right, we've got the MC-130J on approach, on final. Where's that stuck? Okay, so here we go again, another circuit coming up, I believe. The MC-130J just arriving again. Here we go. This ain't landing, is it? Beautiful. Downwind into potentially another circuit or land. We'll find out in just a second. Well, it's been a great one, hasn't it? It started off a little bit slower, but it picked up, didn't it? There's a few ground runs that are going on at the moment. Bit of flexing. nearly at 1,000 likes, so if you'd like to strike the like, you've been cleared for the option on the thumbs up. 963 or so likes, that'd be nice to get a 1k to finish off the day. There we go, a great end to our day. you go, ladies. Steady Bear is a great way to end the day. And I hope you've enjoyed it with us. It got there in the end, it got busier, so that was good for us. But it's always a good community to have a Holloway. How you doing? Nice one for your 26 months, Alan Q with 37 months. And there we go, nice little transition as it fades away. Nah, just kidding. And we record, not fade away. We record, not fade away. Yep. Born in the 70s, you know. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Let's wrap it then, Teddy. Heather Holloway, thanks a lot for your 26 months membership, and Alan Q with 37. Thank you very much. Right, that's it then, Ted. We are done, cooked, fried, and done. Mission completed. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's adjust this a little bit, shall we, before we finish up? Yeah, let's. There you go, you can have the shirt in there as well. We've still got some of these available in white and navy Blair. Oh, I hope you've enjoyed today. Another great day here at Mildenhall. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been good fun, really. I've enjoyed it. It's been good. Even, you know, it's a place to chill. It's a place to relax, and we are fortunate enough to have a place like this here to be able to enjoy, because if it wasn't for the Nook campsite, where would we go to view? There are other places but don't offer, you know, this, a big viewing area, massive like this, and it's amazing. So big thank you to John there. And if you want a camping adventure linked with military aviation, here it is. This is where you come. Of course, there is a fee. It's £2 per person as well. Don't forget that. But yeah, ladies and teddy bears, what a day. We've had a bit of a fun day. We've had a bit of history. We've had a bit of few of your questions answered about the Square D and about Operation Torch markings and that kind of thing. So yeah, we've had the CV-22, we've had the MC-130J, we've had the C-146 and the KC-135. So we've done quite well today, really. Yeah. That's it, pretty much a classic day at Mildenhall with a few circuits involved, and lovely to see it and lovely to have you as well. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, before we finish up, don't forget, I'll put a little video at the end right now linked onto the live stream, so you can think about supporting the channel even more through our channel membership. It really is a way to support the channel and keep it flowing and going, right? Keeping the dream, keeping the stream, right? So a big thank you. So RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much for a wonderful day, and of course all our members and viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. Spanner Flight, guns up, thank you so much. And yeah, before we go, I need to have a little think what we're doing tomorrow, because the wind isn't that great tomorrow. It's a pretty punchy 30 miles an hour. Let me have a little think. Maybe just do a morning stream. It gets worse later, so maybe come back here and do a little morning. We'll see. I'll have a look at it later on when I get back. All right, so I think that's us done. So for the last time for today, innit? My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.